Okay, I guess I can start. Misfit? Hey. I am losing it, as always. Game captured. Endzone. Wow, that's loud.
Humanity survived. Our ancestors have destroyed the world, and we had to pay the price. With over 100 years without sunlight, but we have prepared ourselves for our chance to make things right. They stole from us a life of happiness. Still, we will make the best of it. Even though Mother Earth is grim and tainted, we have managed to survive. And we will keep surviving.
Dramatic. I like it. Now, let's shout out Misfit, Eclipse, a wallet and Steam. Got it.
Retarded.
Shut it, ducks. No, it's not. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. The bet. Yeah, I play on defaults. So, ducks, how are you doing? Meh. Sound like me. Meh.
Say there, youngster, did I wake you up? We found a fitting site, and we're in the process of setting everything up. I thought I'd give you a little head start to make things more interesting. since I'm dead sure of what I'm doing, I'm going to just put my feet up for a moment and read a bit. Until you've, let's say, found the first 4 seeds.
Okay, Joe.
Until
Take
then,
care.
I won't even start to believe that you've got it in you to be serious competition for me.
Well, Ducks. Yeah, I don't have much to say. Like, I have been sick for the past 5 days. And I didn't even know that yesterday was Sunday, aka mental health and my Sunday. And I just played my game because I didn't know that, like, my days became bloody. Why am I sick? Well, because I'm a weakling and I get sick. That's why. But yeah, nothing serious, just neck. Neck is almost done. But now nose. Damn. Well, this thing, like, since I stream every single day, if I have 3 days from, like, my slavery, you can understand that my days are just a day. If I would have my slavery, then I would know at least what date it is. But when I'm streaming every single day, the same thing over and over and over and over again, all I need to do is just add one number. That's all. I can't. Because of a few things. One, well, people's birthdays. Two, if I have some kind of plan scheduled. And 3, new game releases that I will be buying or playing months later. So, looks like I do need to play tutorial. Uh, Oh, so you're one of those people who does stupid things and like no matter what you just crave that thing, so you did it, and then when the regret hits, well, shit. Too late. Okay, looks like I will need to quit. Ah, no. God damn it. I need to do the tutorial. I don't understand what the fuck am I doing. Oh my god, how many? A lot of tutorials.
We finally left the end zone.
I can.
Just look at this beautiful scenery. It's marvelous, even though it's a bit different from what we had pictured. We were able to secure a few basic resources and are storing them in our bus. I'm glad we prepared ourselves well for this kind of scenario, especially since our inventories in the Endzone ran low. Don't forget that if you need additional information, you can look at our survival guide at any time.
Ducks. Getting sick, having relationship weirdnesses, worrying about my monthly survival, and other kind of weirdnesses. I have enough things to not be acquitted. I should, but I'm not. No, no drugs for me. Gaming is my only drug.
Well done. Everything you need to know should be right here. I think the time has come for us to at last build ourselves a new home here. Before we can construct buildings at all, we have to assign the profession builder to several settlers so that they can take care of construction contracts. In general, it's your responsibility to decide which tasks are important and how our settlers are supposed to be distributed to attend to them. All right. Your builders will be ready as soon as construction contracts have been issued. It's time to start focusing on our key and most basic need, water. The first thing we ought to do is to establish a working water supply. So we'll move on to our first construction contract. Place and build a jetty by a lake in the vicinity of your town center.
Hmm.
Very good. The jetty was completed as planned. Now we have a place where we can collect water. There are other possibilities to gather water too, but the jetty is the simplest and most cost-effective method. We can obtain and store water from different sources, like a jetty, rain collector, or well in the cistern. The cistern should always be in close proximity to a water source, so that our water carriers don't have to walk too far.
Hmm. Well, but dogs overall, how is your health? Besides your mech days, everything else is okay?
Great. We have now installed a working water supply, and water is now transported from the jetty to our cistern. Consider hiring more water carriers if you don't have enough settlers available. You can never have enough water in storage. Now we should focus on food production. It's important to ensure the supply right from the start. A gatherer's cabin, a hunting lodge, or a fishing hut can directly remedy the situation. I suggest starting with a fishing hut, since we're already located near a lake. Good work. We've now taken care of our basic supply via food and water. Make sure that you have enough food and water on hand at all times, especially if you want to upgrade your settlement. A population that grows too fast can quickly unbalance your food and water supply, bringing major difficulties for you if you don't watch out. Crops are another excellent way of getting food, because they constantly grow as long as the soil is moist enough. Each seed has different yields and growing times. This means that it could take some time until your field is ready to be harvested, in contrast to your fishing hut, where production can be right away. Looks good. Remember that we need the widest variety of food sources to stay healthy. You should also plan ahead for drought periods that might come when it's not going to rain. Stock up on food and adapt your production to avoid bottlenecks. I'll show you a few more strategies later on. At the beginning, we don't have much scrap, wood, or other resources. We could build a production building, but to obtain resources as fast as possible, it's best that we start gathering right away. Assign a Gather All Resources task. All the settlers who haven't been assigned any profession by you are going to accept these kinds of tasks. In addition, settlers distribute resources within your settlement. the beginning. Since we now own plenty of resources, we can start to build a real production building. Then you don't have to always make efforts by hand that collecting is taking place. Production buildings are not only easier to manage, they are also distinctly more effective than simple tasks. Don't place production buildings too far away from your settlement. You'll be able to change their working area at any time later on. Right on. The best thing for us to do now is to build a forester's lodge to automate our supply of wood and make it more effective at the same time. Foresters are not only able to chop down trees, they reforest areas with trees as well. Good job. You might want to change this building's working area later on to tell your workers where they should get their wood from. Ah, and for your information, if you want, you can also tell your Forester's Lodge that they only ought to attend to reforesting an area in order to create a lush, green forest which generations to come can use. Very good. Now we ought to take care of collecting scrap. Scrap is one of the most valuable resources because the quantities present are limited, and we can recover other resources from scrap. Unlike the task we just had, the scrap yard allows larger quantities of existing scrap to be dismantled than with ruins or wrecks. Great. You can change the working area for the scrapyard, too. We can recycle scrap into 4 additional resources: cloth, metal, plastic, and electronics. We'll do that shortly, but for now we ought to take care of your settlers' needs first. Our people want a place to sleep and live. Cabins fulfill their need for safety and privacy, and increase the confidence of their inhabitants. In other words, building cabins increases their willingness to start families and reproduce, if you know what I mean. Besides cabins, you can also provide sturdy houses and shelters as housing. Sturdy houses withstand sandstorms better and have an increased storage capacity to boot. Children living in houses gradually fill up the house's stockpiles. Settlers do not reproduce in a shelter because they lack privacy. Let's return from our excursion into housing and refocus on scrap. With the help of a recycler or refinery, scrap can be sorted into 4 different resources. A recycler always takes scrap apart, one resource at a time, while a refinery automatically produces all 4 resources. To start off, you should build a recycler and produce cloth. You can instruct your recycler to produce a different resource at a time. It's important that you focus on the resources you really need, at least in the beginning. Cloth and metal look like good options if you want to equip us with protective clothing and tools. Happy settlers are industrious settlers. That's why we ought to look after our people and protect them against the surroundings and dangers, like radiation. So let's start by transforming our newly recovered cloth into protective clothing. A tailor will be able to help us with that. We categorize environmental radiation into 4 levels: no radiation, low level, medium level, and high level radiation. The radiation changes constantly and is influenced by weather and contaminated rain. Protective clothing helps to protect us against this kind of radiation, but it takes a while before it's produced. And production relies on a steady flow of incoming resources. Try to establish production chains at an early stage and start to stockpile goods so that some are always on hand. The tools we brought along from the Endzone are slowly but surely running out. So now, let's focus on manufacturing new tools. The tools will help us to work effectively. We'll need metal for that, so we'll prepare for production by building another recycler, which we'll commission to recover metal from scrap. After that, we'll need a workshop to enable the manufacturing of brand new tools.
Damn, they are producing like crazy. Reproducing.
With our lovely new tools, we are now prepared to work effectively. Should you ever run out of metal, keep in mind that you can also instruct your workshop to manufacture tools from scrap instead of metal. Though they won't be quite as effective, it's still better than being forced to work with bare hands. Down in the Endzone, we had sufficient time and resources to educate ourselves properly. But our children don't have this luxury. We ought to build a school and pass on what we've learned. As a result, they will be able to survive and work better and more effectively. Perfect. Besides the fact that educated children work more effectively, we'll also teach them to be more careful with their protective clothing and tools. This, in turn, leads to them staying intact longer, and we conserve valuable resources. Now that our population is starting to grow, we ought to again turn our attention to the topic of food production. We are already accumulating fish and tilling our fields. A gatherer's cabin will now enable us to gather mushrooms and berries from the forest nearby.
Quite a bit. Very good. As you can see, the gatherer's cabin is an effective possibility to get food quickly. But watch out. After a drought, it's going to take some time before the plants have regrown. As is the case with most buildings, here too, you can relocate the working area at any time. Although we are sufficiently supplied at the moment, our survival depends on diligent planning. If we can lay out a plan for an orchard, then we can start to plant fruit or nut trees that we can harvest after a few seasons. Zone 6.
The orchard has been laid out, and the trees are already beginning to grow. Similar...
Goddammit.
Our gatherer's cabin gathers food from the surrounding forests. However, there are any number of other plants there which we can use as well. These plants can be gathered by an herbal hut. The herbs gathered there can be consumed by settlers to replenish their health. Well done. We can equally utilize the gathered herbs to convert them into medicine later on. It might happen that an illness breaks out in our settlement from time to time and spreads among our settlers. That's why we always ought to have enough herbs on hand. Radiation is the main reason why the health status of our settlement can decrease. Although our settlers already use protective clothing to shield themselves against environmental radiation, it might occur that our sources of water become contaminated. We should start to filter our water to prevent this from happening. We will need a great deal of charcoal to accomplish this. The charcoal kiln will burn wood to produce charcoal.
Oh my god, I have so... I have so many buildings in this game. Like, my god. Without the tutorial, how would I possibly guess all of this? How? How would I guess this? So don't she? Meow. Evening to ya, morning to me. Damn, so don't you? And at this point, you're slowly becoming a regular of my weirdness. I am happy about it, but confused at the same time.
Great. We can use the charcoal in conjunction with a filtration system to purify our water. Unfortunately, our cistern is not able to do this. Only the water tower has the necessary equipment for this capability. It would be a disgrace if we had to demolish our trusted cistern just to erect a water tower in its place. What we ought to do instead is upgrade the cistern itself. A water tower can store much more water and provides workplaces for a lot more water carriers than our old cistern.
Uh-huh. This game has so much, like, my god. And I'm still only at tutorial 1. There are 8 more tutorials. Like, my god. Yeah, similar to Frostpunk, if you have played it. Nope. Oh, okay. Well, basically, a lot of things happen. A lot of things. A simple strategy game and a colony keeper, those are two completely different beasts. And I mean completely different. Well, if you would be able to build an army and explore like that, then yes. But there's no such thing as army, at least not yet. I don't know. But it's a chill game that you can pause any moment. Will the kids finally grow up so I can use them for something? Something more efficient? Please? That's fun. Yeah. It's it's a chill thing. Like I'm waiting for two plants to wake up, Zaha and Mickey, and then we can switch to Portal Nights. Ooh, this thing they are working. But in Frostpunk, there's such a skill. Child labor. So yeah. There's a specific skill for that even. No, that game is like grim. Like grim. And I would definitely suggest you trying it out. It's a great game, and the second Frostpunk 2 will be coming out soon as well. What? Didn't I upgrade it? Uh, it's a cistern, it's not a water tower. Why isn't it upgrading? Ah, it is. Just take time. I'm seriously lacking people. Oh, it's finally building.
Our new water tower is up and ready for action. Good work. Filtering the water is an important next step because clean drinking water is a key mainstay of any stable society. Let's begin with filtering our water. To save on charcoal, we ought to ensure that at least a little bit of water not contaminated by radiation is being stored in our water tower. Water gained from a well is never contaminated by radiation, so it suggests itself for that purpose. Then we can use the remaining charcoal to produce better protective clothing.
Like I said, this game has a lot. And I'm still just scratching the surface. Without the tutorial, I didn't even understand what do I need to do. More like you're still at the first level that after pulling grass. What do you mean by that? Like, basically, it's just the beginning? Yeah. I have 0 charcoal. What do you want me to do now? Radiation suits. Huh. Yeah. Like, there were scenarios, aka campaigns, but like I said, they just throw you with the one like this boss, no explanation. You just need to do something. I just. Oh, we need more homes. Ah, shit. I kind of failed. Oh well. Oh, no. I did not. No, yes it is. Like, the amount of stuff I'm doing is just insane at this point. And I'm not even scratching half of it. Not even close.
Good work. We are continuously taking steps towards being better and better equipped to be able to survive in this hostile environment. Filtered water is a precious asset, and later on we can even use it to irrigate our fields. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Not only our water can become a hazard for our settlers due to radiation, our food can too. We ought to erect a decontamination post to prevent settlers from eating meals that are contaminated with radiation.
The amount of stuff. Oh, and I built it at the wrong place. Oh well. Yep. Built it wrong. And I'm not, and just saying that will be, let's say this, invaders in this game. There will be. Yet I needed to build this closer.
Not only our water can become a hazard for our settlers due to radiation, our food can too. We ought to erect a decontamination post to prevent settlers from eating meals that are contaminated with radiation.
this will be the place where it's gonna be gathered. I think.
Very good. The decontamination post is going to supply all buildings that stockpile food and are located in its working area in order to purify the food that has been affected by radiation. It's true. We should never forget that even when we optimally prepare and protect ourselves, we're still going to lose friends and members of our family time and again. We're going to mourn them, come what may. But if we're able to bury them in a cemetery, then we'll get over the pain and let them rest in peace.
Okay, this thing can be all the way somewhere far. Put it. Shit. No, never mind. It needs to be close. It needs to be in the vicinity. Ah. Okay, now I know I need to build above, not below. Well, at least the cemetery in Frostpunk, you need to choose between a cemetery and a pile of corpses. So, I think this is better, no? Just a distinct feeling that this is better. A pile of corpses. Plus there are diseases like that as well. I'm slowly accumulating food, but at the same time I'm losing resources. I don't have the people yet. The production isn't going as smoothly as it could be. Sounds like Latvia. Ooh. Yeah, what am I doing? Oh, I'm still waiting for this.
Okay, the cemetery will help us to quickly get a hold on ourselves and focus on the tasks that lie ahead. It's not a pleasant thought, but that's the way things are. At the very least, we're pioneers, aren't we? Maybe we ought to distract ourselves to lighten up the mood. We can erect a number of buildings to increase confidence in our settlement, including, for example, a campfire or a pub. In this situation, however, our best option would probably be to upgrade our town center. Settlers can visit the new town center, and by doing so, increase their confidence for a while. Very good. The new town center not only gives us more storage space, at the same time, it functions just like a campfire too. Settlers can visit the new town center, and by doing so, increase their confidence for a while. Now that we have made efforts to ensure the spiritual well-being of our settlers, we ought to attend to their physical health as well. Our settlers can get sick from time to time. Settlers who have become infected with a disease can die from it if they're not treated. Settlers will go to a medical facility
You
to
say
have
pub?
themselves treated and will be admitted there, provided
Yet
that
I
beds
don't
are still
drink at all.
available. We ought to ensure our settlers' medical health care.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay, good, good, good. This building, it doesn't matter when I build it, so... Big chungus, so far the cemetery is the biggest chungus. Yeah, without the tutorial, I would have not guessed any of this. And we still don't have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 10 professions. Okay, said Anshi. Well, as always, thanks for popping by. Sleep well. And maybe I will still be alive when you wake up. But okay, then you will have work again or something. Yeah, okay. Take care.
With this step, we have ensured the survival of the settlement for a while. Very good work. Since more and more children are being born these days, We should start to plan for the long term. While cabins are a good way to get settlers to start a family, they only provide limited space. This can quickly lead to people having to live on the street. Allow me to suggest to you that cabins be provided only in a very targeted manner in order to control the population growth of your settlement. Nothing is worse than not having enough resources to provide for everyone. We ought to build a shelter to be able to provide other inhabitants with a roof over their heads too. Very good. Remember that when children grow up, they're going to leave their parents' house and look around for a new place to live. It might happen that they don't find any home at all. We ought to build a shelter to be able to provide all inhabitants with a roof over their heads. I've already pointed out to you that it could become very dangerous if we were to run out of food at some point. Since a lot of people are going to be living in the new shelter, we ought to provide them with access to food in their vicinity. A hunting lodge can look for wildlife in the surrounding area to bring a little meat to the menu.
One take, so. Well, yeah. Why would someone? Just something that somebody would want, or not. But again, only a few people have popped by today, so yeah. Yeah, but anime should have been yesterday. Simply, this game isn't, well, that well interesting, that well known, I would say. Um, Last Train Home. Let me check it out. Last Train Home gameplay. Okay, it looks something similar to um, the game that you were playing with Camo some time ago. Yeah. Looks interesting. Gonna add it to my instant gaming wish list. Last Train Home. It already has, well, not already, but it has 56% discount. With story and voice acting. Nice. Simply, I understood that if there's no voice acting, I stream for a long time, I just can't. I just can't.
Perfect. The hunting lodge equally provides us directly with food, but it functions somewhat irregularly because it relies on wildlife in the surrounding area. Nevertheless, it can be indispensable during a drought because even the deer and wild boar still roam around the forest. However, wild animals can not only be shot, they can be captured too. When a wild animal has been captured, it can be brought to a pasture and served there as livestock. In order to capture wild animals, you have to instruct your hunter to do this. You also ought to set up a pasture and assign a herder.
Oh my god. I'm curious about something.
Animals captured by a hunter are brought to a pasture where they are tended to and cared for by herders. Some animals produce resources such as milk or eggs. Other animals can only be slaughtered to eat. You ought to find out for yourself which type of animal brings you which benefit. On each pasture, you can choose which type of animal ought to be kept there.
Okay.
You must provide water for the animals you keep on your pasture. This enables them to survive and reproduce. When enough animals are fully grown, the herder will start to slaughter them. If you don't want animals to be slaughtered, you can also instruct the herder not to do so. Now your herders know how they ought to handle the animals. And now that you've already captured several animals, don't forget to instruct your hunters to hunt animals again in the future so that they can continue to gather and provide food. With our increased production, our stockpile is going to run out soon. The supply routes for our production buildings are getting longer and longer too. To tackle these problems, you ought to build a temporary storeroom and have roads laid out.
Okay, got it. I do need... You need that space. Fucked up a bit, but okay.
Good. Temporary storerooms increase your settlement's general storage capacity. Place them in a targeted manner in order to shorten the routes for goods between your production buildings. Roads are equally a great benefit because settlers moving on roads can go distinctly faster than on a normal supporting surface. To improve the whole thing even further, we can build a market to improve logistics at the settlement. Besides being an enormous stockpile for resources that is even able to store water, the market is responsible for distributing resources within your settlement. What's more, it also increases your settlers' confidence.
Big buildings. I need some tea. Without doubt, I need some tea. How unexpected. Okay. So, what am I doing? Close few things. Okay, a lot of people who should be sleeping, but they are not sleeping. Why? Because I don't know why. Ah, the story, that's the most important thing. As long as the main story is fully voiced, that's what matters.
logisticians are able to amass resources from the whole settlement and bring them to the market. This improves the flow of your products and leads to your settlers having to walk shorter distances to fulfill their individual needs. The combination of these attributes makes the market the ideal building when you want to enlarge or even relocate your settlement. The larger your settlement gets, the farther some settlers have to travel to get to all of the food you produce. To make life a little easier for them, you can build a food station. Logisticians who work at the food station will collect food from your storage buildings and production facilities and bring it to the food station.
And hey, Mickey. Oh, you're up early. Lol. Well, like I said, you're up early. No, I did not. That's the thing. I said that I have it, but I did not play it. Oh, late enough? What do you mean late enough? That's fast. That's what we call fast, not late. I got it. Logistics. Maybe. Okay. Enjoy your coffee.
With the new food station, your settlers are now able to supply themselves with food directly on site. If your settlement is supposed to grow even further, you can think about whether you want to provide additional food stations. Distributing food at your settlement is going to prove to be extremely practical. However, your settlers not only need food to survive, they need water too. To be able to distribute water in a targeted manner, you can build a water point.
Wait, again?
Distributing food Now that your settlers also have a water point available, they can supply themselves with water and food. Similar to how it's done at the food stations, this enables you to precisely control at which places your settlers are able to attend to their needs. Since we have our logistics under control, now we can concern ourselves with the weather and its challenges. We can build a weather station to enable us to make a forecast regarding upcoming weather and learn if potentially contaminated rain might be coming our way. It can also be used to prepare our crops and rainwater collectors we might have against contaminated rain by covering them.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh my god, how big is it? Okay, they are reproducing a bit too much. What's going on? Why are they reproducing so much? You're not dying fast enough. Yeah, but that will be bad as well. Nah. What bigger BS can you say at this point, Mickey? Like, what the hell? What the hell? I haven't heard that big of BS in a while. I should say nowadays, TV, like stuff that just relaxes your brain is good. so you don't get a freaking mental breakdown. Too much food, not enough space to put it. Yeah, no. It's that you can't just supply yourself with music and be happy about it. You want something more. Like for loners who are trying to entertain themselves without feeling completely alone. For some people, it helps. For some people, they get sick of it. For some people, it just doesn't help. Or they simply haven't found something for themselves yet. I can't go to my slavery without music because it's boring. Because all I hear is just vroom vroom everywhere. Now I'm talking about in general, but it doesn't help me with only music. It doesn't. You need something more. Oh, you can force yourself to do something that you don't want to.
Very good. Now that we know what sort of weather awaits us and how we can protect ourselves against contaminated rain by covering our crops and rainwater collectors, we ought to attend to collecting the rain we want. Rain not only humidifies the soil, it can also be automatically collected via rainwater collectors to generate a steady flow of additional water.
Well, sometimes it does.
Since we've already built our weather station, we're able to decide what kind of circumstances would make us want to cover our rain collectors.
Improves one's mood. Sometimes heavy death metal can improve one's mood and just make them happier. In a bit like in a more cheerful, in more relaxed state. The same as rap for someone, the same as classical music for someone. It's a matter of taste, but it doesn't. I can't say that that's the only thing that, like, is gonna help. It's not. There needs to be more. That's another reason why, well, TV exists. Now you don't listen to it because it's not chill enough for you, and then there are people who listen to it because it's chill enough for them. A matter of taste. A matter of taste, a matter of one's understanding what's chill enough for one. And then there are people who just get home, put on death metal, and just sits in their, well, slouches in their, like, couch, and just, ah. There are all kinds of people, as you know. You can't categorize, on, like, one standard. Nowadays, especially. And then there's fuck you, Mickey. Every kind, I don't know, because there are so many. Again, Mickey, it's a personal thing. For you, no. For some, yes. Nah, Mickey. Well, I have listened to metal for like 21 years. Since I was 11. Okay, I have been only to a few festivals, but that doesn't change the fact. Just matter of preference, matter of personality, matter of person.
Never forget that our settlers might get sick if we distribute water contaminated with radiation at our settlement, even if they're wearing protective clothing. We should make sure that the collected water is as purified as possible. We can have our crops covered to shield our seedlings against radiation. But once they've been covered, naturally they won't be irrigated with rain anymore. To rectify this problem, we can build an irrigation plant that is able to artificially regulate soil humidification. Place this building with care, because it is only going to irrigate the soil within its impact radius.
I need to rebuild things again. Ah, game, why you being like this? Why you hate me like this? I don't care. I'm gonna build it here. $16 on $16. Okay. $16 on $16, that's... I can't really build it. Again, Mickey, a matter of taste. You are not the only person alive. That your taste is the only one. I'm just saying, when you are putting it like that, you're just saying that everything else besides what you think is the correct way. And that's bullshit. And you know that. You know? Yeah, I totally agree with that. Everyone else is just AI and Mickey's simulated. Mickey, simply put, you are too serious. Way too serious. And you know that as well. When you see a illogical thing for you, you will argue about it. Because it's illogical for you. Well, same as most, including me. Oh, damn it. It died. I didn't even notice. Hmm. Do you have a certificate that proves that you're a specialist about it? No? Then no. It's your opinion. Yeah, but Mickey.
Fabulous. As long as our irrigation plant is supplied with filtered water, it is able to neutralize a possible contamination of the soil due to radiation. But watch out. When water contaminated with radiation is fed into the system, this can lead to precisely the opposite. And the irrigation plant itself may possibly cause radioactive pollution of its surrounding area.
Okay. What? Okay. Yeah, but Mickey, like, when you're saying that some kind of music is crap, it's a personal preference, isn't it? There's a saying, for one person's crap, it's another person's treasure.
Alongside contaminated rain, there are other environmental hazards, such as sandstorms or droughts. The soil dries out during a drought, and sandstorms sweep across the landscape from time to time. These sandstorms can damage your buildings and ultimately make them unfit for use. We ought to prepare for this and assign several more builders to enable potential damage to be repaired. You can decide which type of task your builders ought to give priority to at our town center. You can instruct them to merely repair buildings, to erect new buildings, or to do both at the same time. This enables you to react quickly in crisis situations. For instance, in the event of a sandstorm, you can quickly attend to having damaged buildings repaired.
It's a personal preference.
Now that we've taken care of all the necessary needs of our settlement, such as food, water, protective clothing, and tools, our next efforts ought to focus on increasing the settlement's overall productivity. A research station allows us to develop different technologies. One step in moving our settlement ahead is to make it possible for our refiners to acquire electronics from scrap. We should perform research on the appropriate technology to achieve this and instruct one of our refiners to produce electronics.
I hate arguing about personal things, personal preference things. Because no matter how will you argue about this, no matter what kind of statement there will be, it's a personal preference. Because that's a majority thing. Like, the awards most of the time are about how many, like, how to say this? Yeah, but we started this argument saying that you are categorizing that your like taste, you're saying that certain type of not music, but band is trash or good. Still gonna say this, no matter what, it's a personal thing. That's the whole reason why whenever you uh, like play a game, watch a movie, listen to a song, okay, you can like, how to say this? How too early for this crap. Like, not for this crap, but for me to use my brain. I forgot my train of thought. Well, yeah, you can say that you don't like a band. But that doesn't change the fact that it's crap or not. That your like statement is in general that that song, that band or whatever it is crap. But that's for you. Okay, good for you, cookie for you, but not for everyone. So I kind of hate this when somebody says that something is crap. I don't know. This argument, like this whole arguing, this whole topic is nonsensical. That's all. Oh, hey, my God. Thank you for the resub. Hmm. That was quite loud. I think I have. No? Why are you not sleeping? Oh, what the hell am I doing? Sleep is for the weak. No, I'm saying that you don't like something short. But that doesn't change the fact that it's your personal opinion. And opinion of like-minded people. A new guy? What do you mean by new guy? Personal taste, yeah. Personal opinion, personal taste, same. Same crap. In a way. Okay, why scared? Why stressed? But again, I correct myself. Not personal opinion, but personal taste. Happy. My fail with that one. Okay, okay. Raz, thank you for the raid. And you're going to sleep 3 hours later than, well, that you were thinking of maybe going to sleep soon. Oh, in other words, not yet. Got it. Well, I've been told the reason he's moving in here is because the people at another house didn't like him.
Yes! Yes! Get fucked, Virginia! You bitch!
Okay. Sorry, Wager. Well, Wager, hopefully it's not that bad, but we'll see. Just saying, keep all your money in your bank account. Don't have it, well, in your wallet, just in case. And like you said, possibly soon, fridge with a lock. I don't know what else. And hey, Zaha. So, Mickey, Zaha, do I switch? No? Okay. Oh yeah, it's 1 hour. It's 1 hour too early. Got it. Never mind. I forgot about the times. That sounds like you don't have any privacy, Wager. Zaha, in short, I'm being nonsensical. That's all. Ah, got it. When will you finish building this thing? What the dude? How do I repair? No, I mean put on automatic repair. Don't get it. Yeah, but how do I repair stuff by default? I'm confused. You don't understand. Hey, Bun Bun. Yeah, Bun Bun, why did you send me a multiplayer MOBA weirdness tester request? Yeah, but since when do I play multiplayer MOBAs? Like, when? Thank you for thinking of me when you sent it to me, but I don't have free time. That's the downside. Okay, no, I do, but really bit. Hmm. Ah, got it. Well, in a way, that means you worked as a promoter. Wait, but oh yeah, we did have this conversation. You did finish up Elden Ring already. Now I'm just thinking. What do I need to do here? Okay, another school. Ah, I'm just losing it. I can't understand now why did people say that this game is a bit slow. Kind of understanding now. But yeah, Bun Bun. Hope you have been well. Good to hear. Good to hear. At least. You mean the very last days? Okay, and after that I won't be seeing you for another 9 months? No, when you will need to study for exams, tell me that again. Hmm. I got it. Mm. Well, all I'm gonna say is don't overwork yourself. The same thing I say most of the times. That's what matters. Kinda. Mostly. I have no idea what you're talking about. First time so like hearing about it. Me? Overworking? Have no idea what you're talking about. My mental state is peachy. Yeah. Damn, you're starting to speak my language here. Hmm. I need more water. Now you're actually researching. Oh my god, this is gonna take forever. I understand why they said that the research is slow. Uber slow. Oh, they did the pad. Finally. So basically, shelters are just storages and houses are the production buildings. I have too many houses. Okay, I have too many. Soon gonna face problems. Funny that this is 3.5 hours and I'm still in the tutorial.
You can do it!
You scared me, Ake. You scared me. Kinda. Hope you're doing well. Me? Well, getting into arguments with people, doing dumb stuff, saying dumb things, stressing over the month as usual. The usual bodies. Nothing has changed. Ah. And another colony keeper. Hey, just for you. But this one is even more difficult.
Very good. With this new research station and the ability to acquire electronics from scrap, we can provide our settlement with all the materials we need. The research station is very useful in enabling us to adapt ourselves to our surroundings by using the right technologies in any situation.
Okay, what's next?
Down in the Endzone, we dealt with the concept of a solar collector. This solar collector is able to collect sunlight and convert it into electricity. We wanted to try out whether our idea works and build a solar collector.
I think I need to build another one. Because one is not enough. I'm gonna try something.
The solar collector produces energy by capturing sunlight and feeding this energy into a grid. The solar collector
Oh my
also
God.
gives us all the relevant information we need to keep an eye on our settlement's power consumption.
Oh,
Each of your buildings automatically hook up to this power grid when you set up an electric power pole within the building's range. Buildings supplied with electricity work distinctly, more effectively, and produce faster as a result. What's more, housing supplied with electricity increases the confidence of the settlers who use it.
well, yeah. That's the thing. That's like, if someone doesn't like something that I do, the redeems are there for a reason. To make me suffer if I say something stupid. Or annoying. Oh. Oh. Electricity, something I totally don't have. Oh, this is gonna suck badly. Yeah, well, we are waiting on Zaha at this point. Nah, Zaha is still working. Okay. But the question now is, did he like get the game and install it already? Well, hopefully he did. Don't look on freaking tutorials on a game that we are gonna play. Like, if we want to efficiently play something, we would play alone. Just saying that's not how we need to do things. Obviously, you can do that like that, but okay. Okay, these probably. Oh my god, they will need to redo the base so badly. Ake, I am gonna refund you that. Because I'm still sick, I will go to the show tomorrow and change my entire clothes. So I kinda don't wanna put on something that's still contaminated. Yeah. So, not for today, Ake. Not for today. I go to the shower every second day. Or when I'm really, well, how to say this? Uh, when it's really hot. But it's still not hot. Not that hot, at least. I have so many. Well, I got it from Humble Bundle. Um, I'm still in the tutorial area. I have no idea. Um, it has a lot more, simply put. It has a lot. Okay, not a lot, but it has more than Frostpunk. And I'm kind of failing at it. It has more depth. It has more ways you can fail. But in the same time, I don't know if this game has the, let's say this, if it has the same kind of story. Simply put, this game is kind of killing me. grab catcher? Ah, during sandstorms. Okay. No, no, no. Damn it. I don't have enough materials for this. I'm still kinda annoyed by the fact that I forgot that it was Sunday. That yesterday was Sunday. I'm kinda still pissed about that. Yeah, especially if you're sick for too long and haven't left the house for a long time. Yeah, there's 1,334 days of the same thing. Yep. Yeah, but I just didn't notice. I feel bad about it, to be honest. Yeah, it doesn't, nothing like that in odd place.
Fantastic. I can only picture how our ancestors must have felt with their almost infinite supply of energy. However, you ought to constantly keep an eye on your power consumption to avoid outages. Logically, the solar collector is only able to produce energy during the daytime. It would be beneficial if we could also make electricity available at night so that our settlement remains effective. It's clear that we currently work slower at night, so let's try to store the surplus energy we produce during the daytime to enable it to be used at night.
I forget about it. That's the thing, I forget about it. Yes, that's my own fault, but still. I forget to check the date.
That looks good. Some buildings are now connected to the power grid. Although a well-structured settlement that's hooked up to the power grid consumes a certain amount of resources, it is enormously effective. Oh, and just as an aside, you can have electric power poles put up on many surfaces, even on roads.
Okay.
With the settlement producing on a stable scale, we can now focus on exploring our surroundings. Though we heard a bunch of stories in the Endzone, now we can explore the ruins our ancestors left behind firsthand. To find treasure and resources, let's build an expedition station.
Yes, I made you play a kids game. Sorry, that's just how it goes. You need to play kids games at times as well. Yep, you can't avoid that. Sorry, mate. That's just how it goes. You need to accept that as a fact. Yeah, that's a possibility. We talked about this, I remember. Nah, Zaz said 15 minutes past. 11. So 50 after 23 minutes. But that's only when he finishes work. A few more until he's actually ready. Stop rushing a person. That's how you make, well, friends not want to play anything with you ever again. You didn't have to. You knew the time. You could always, like, join a bit later. Nobody forced you. Kinda. Well, besides the daily, the morning hygiene, usually that's what I do. Understandable, respectable. At least someone. Hmm. Will you finally start the research? I have lots of old people, from the looks of it. Still gonna die. Zaha is alive! He lives! Hey. So, did Mickey already send the clowns to you? Or not yet? Yes, he did. Oh, okay, damn it. I guess a cousin of mine or something. Sacrifice? What did he sacrifice besides his sanity? He doesn't need sanity. What do you mean? You're the one who likes to tank. But okay, Zaha, 15 more minutes, or do you want to go now? Because you said 15 past 11. But you were the one who always wants to be a tank. Why are you involving me in this?
Well done. Assign settlers to be scouts and prepare expedition
Yeah,
rations.
okay.
When you want to send off an expedition, you can decide the quantity of expedition rations with which to supply the expedition. As a result, you can control how long and how thoroughly it is able to explore a ruin.
Okay.
Let's send out a few scouts to find a ruin. The scout will visit the ruin you have designated and explore it. As a result, the scout will supply us with important information about the site that we should pay attention to when we start an expedition.
Yeah, this game's freaking tutorial is long. Okay, so Endzone is over here.